Good afternoon, everybody. We're ready to get underway with this last 64 match between Mark Joyce and Chen. This should be a feast of potting, shouldn't it? At the moment, they're 1 and 2 on top of the high break board. At the moment, in second place on the high break is Chen. He has a 1-4-2, but Mark Joyce has a 1-4-4. So, if that's not an indicator for some high breaks, I don't know what is. And these two players have been very impressive in this tournament. The winners of this match will play either Abdul Mutalib Ali or Matvey Ledgodzinski. They're playing each other on the other side of this draw, so an early double for Mark. It's not bad. He wouldn't have minded the black moving there, but he can go back up to the blue with a bit of work on the cue ball and give himself another angle to have maybe another try at this. Well, that's about the best possible angle you can get. Moves to pink, but it goes to the cushion and gets a foul. That's unlucky. We've seen that happen quite a bit. Our referee for this match is from Turkey, Esgulcin Lingarani. Very good referee as well. A very nice person. I've seen a bit of Chen playing, and he is an extremely talented young man. Today he's going to be tested because he's up against a top-class player in Mark Joyce, who's also a top-class bloke, to be honest, lovely man. But he's a killer on the table, you've got to beat. Great pace on the cue ball. Well, with the black now release, it's a whole different ball game down that end of the table, and Chen will, well, he's been extremely deep in thought over this shot. Well, Mark will take a look at this red. If he can get to the black, he'll take it on. If he can't, you can just see him going back up the table again. I think he can get through to the red on the bottom cushion here, but he's got a few options to get back up the table this time. Still a very dangerous shot. Well, he didn't want to clip that. So, this time Mark returns to the table with the chance of this cutting to the left middle pocket, but the black ball's in play now. It's a different scenario, and he most definitely had to miss the yellow ball. Two choices here, either take the pot on or just roll up behind the brown. So Mark just tucks that neatly behind the brown. He'd been well aware of this young man's potting capability. If you're just joining us, you're more than welcome along to the 2026 WSF Championships here in Sofia in Bulgaria. We're at the Hotel Marinella If you're around locally, you want to come in and watch the snooker, you're more than welcome to join us. I think, you know, if you can get to that red on the right hand cushion, somehow tuck into it. And this is the shot to play, but this is not too tuck in behind it, but it's still a good escape. And he's just, at this moment in time, in this current spell of the opening frame, Mark, you can see, is just dying to get in as early as possible in this match. Well, he gets a nice little kiss off the red there, just brings him the right side of the blue. Not the greatest shot he'd ever play, but he's got this red. May just disturb the other red in trying to pot this. Just thought he might just open one or two of those reds up by the pink spot, but potting the black is great, but it spots and it's then blocked out with those other two reds near the black spot. And if he's going to do that, he needs to do something more with the cue ball on this attempt, but the blue seems the obvious choice. And that's poor again. Last time he went to pot, he hit the ball colours, left himself with nothing. So two chances, Mark, of getting in amongst the reds, and he's flopped his lines twice here. You need a lot of table to work with there on the left-hand side. Well, he just came up a little short there. It was essential to get back into bulk. What a lovely shot that is. I'm going to tuck it behind the yellow. Does that very well. Well, 7 red's gone already. It's low scoring, this. But that can change very quickly the way the balls are. The ideal scenario would be to pot one of those, if not both those two reds, by the black spot, and it opens up the whole end of this table. The only one not potable at the moment. It's stuck to the pink on the left rail, so I know I shouldn't have mentioned the high breaks. So he spent a lot of time on the shot trying to figure out the best angle to take. Well, great chance here for Chen. This is a very well thought out opening frame from these two players. Absolutely full concentration. Written all over the two faces of these players. He's got one or two reds to deal with. The two next to the black. I think the top red may pass in. I don't know if we can get at it. He's got the two tied up as well. One on the cushion, one really close to the pink. You just have to keep using the blue for a while. At some stage, if he keeps going with the blue, you get the angle to drift down into those two reds next to the black. Well, Chen came out of a group that was topped by Ashley Hugel. Edward Jones was in there, Jensen Schmidt, and Hristo Sirikov. Came second in that group. Just 4 players in Mark's group in the championship here. Patrick Whelan, Thomas William Lancastle, and also Boyantos Puryev. So they've made it this far. Let's see how far further they can go in this championship. Something's got to give. It's knockout snooker at the 2026 WSF Championships in Bulgaria. Excellent shot of the rest. Keeps the break alive. Well, he's unlucky to catch the centre pocket knuckle there, and this looks like the end of the break. "18 points in front, not a lot to work with on the table." He's left that red in a very potable position. Take a look around the room in a minute, see what the scores are in the other games. There's something similar on offer for Chen now. Again, an excellent pot. And should have the angle to try and go down into this area where the reds are. Quite happy and quite quick at the table this time. Needs a bit of power on the brown. Misses the brown. I'll be disappointed about that because it was very potable. At the moment on table 2, your other streamed match here at the Hotel Marinella in Sofia is Dean Young and Michael Kutiak, and at the moment Dean Young leads by 1-0. Ryan Thomason 1 up on Sean Maddox. Daniel Boyes is 1 up on Marcus Deo. Sean Louis is 1 up on Vladislav Gradinari. Umar Dikme is 1 up on Jack Warwick. Bradley Codroy a frame ahead of Caden Brierley. Xiao Xing is 1 up against Shakul. Harvey Chandler won up against Wang Xingbo. Billy Castle trails Daniel Haloida by 1-0. And Kirill Baidala trails Arsenin Korolev by 1-0. That's beautiful again, makes those shots look so easy, those shots. He's a bit straight on the brown. If he can get to the pink, there is an angle there. He's going to stay with the brown, he's got to work really hard here. Fantastic shot. Chen is a very nice, quiet lad. Goes around, very polite, goes around the place. You wouldn't know he was there. When he gets on the table, you find out pretty quickly. Looking to tie this up behind the green, but he hasn't hit it hard enough and should have cover with the blue here. I've got to tell you, there is actually a 10 a.m. match still going on. Rory McLeod, made of granite, likes his long matches as Rory's playing Jake Crops. It's 3 frames a piece in that. That's a last 128 match. That game, now 4.5 hours old. I'll tell you, Rory will stay there until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. if he has to. It's a very nice smooth putt. So he's looking at the scoreboard. He's in position A at the moment. And 29 points in front. Already snookers required for Mark. He's such a clean striker of the ball. The balls are always plumb in the middle, nearly all his shots. Extremely accurate. He's going to take the opening frame of this last 64 match. very clean, precise and talented this young man is. Chen goes ahead in this last 64 match. He leads Mark Joyce by 1 frame to 0. So it's frame number 2. It will be Chen to break. Again, go with the cue ball, Chen. Not leaving Mark a lot of options here. Only going to the side of the pack. It's got a beautiful way to it, but it's hit the pink.
6.
I don't think this is going to go near the pink. I think this has a danger of being at the end of this pack of reds, and if this has too much pace on it, but it doesn't, it's well played in the end. It could have leaked a little lower in the table, and that wouldn't have been good for Mark, put it that way. That red coming up the table was always a chance that it might become available, and Mark has been very lucky there. He's quite tall lad. Some players would need the extension there. He's just going to get a butt extension onto his cue. Shot to nothing here. Chen is having a go at this. Well, that cue ball was helped on its way a little by the red, and that's helped the Chinese player out in this situation. All these players, I think, are going to be so tense in the opening exchanges because both players are quite capable of hitting serious numbers in terms of break building. Jack Borwick has got a frame back against Uma Dikma. It's not a very good shot. Habishando now 2 up on Wang Xingbo. Believe it or not, the 10 o'clock game still powering along there. Jack Cross and Rory McLeod tied at 3 frames apiece, and just a a couple of points between them, which is probably not unusual. Just heading towards the 5 hour mark, that match. We'll have another game for you here right after this one. It's going to be an All England match. It's going to be Craig Steedman and Simon Blackwell. That's coming up. After this, that will be the 4 o'clock session, but it won't be at 4 o'clock, if you know what I mean. At least I don't think it will. All the times here, I'm giving you local times here in Bulgaria. 2 hours ahead of GMT, 1 hour ahead of CET. Oh, and it nearly fell. It just looked like it was going to drop. It held at the last second, so Mark is in here. Nice few reds separated. Lots of options. I really thought it was going to fall, and it just looked like it was for a fraction of a second and stayed out of the pocket. Nice clean strike on that one. There's a change in the scoreline there. I did actually see that Daniel Haloida, was one up. That's been changed. It's Billy Castle that leads in the opening frame, but it's Billy Castle winning by 53 points to 17. So we'll keep you up to date with the results as they come in. So he's patiently found himself in this position. A couple of patient shots, and he can now remove that red. Still got a nice few balls out in the open. So that red will quite clearly pot. Nice position as well on it. So the break moves to 28, the points 29 to 6. Not an easy break at the moment, but if you can keep it going, it will get easier. So knockout snooker here at the WSF Championships. We have 2 more sessions after this one. The time sessions are 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. Tomorrow we have 3 sessions to play, and that will be the last 32 and the last 16. On Saturday At 10 a.m. the quarterfinals, at 4 p.m. the semi-finals, all local time, and the 2026 WSF Championship final for a pathway to the main tour to World Snooker. The title and the prize money will be played out at 2 p.m. on Sunday the 1st of February. So that's this Sunday, the championship final at 2 p.m. and that will be over a format of best of 9 frames. Every match in the knockout stages, bar the final, will be best of 7 frames. Well, that's okay. He screwed into that little cluster of reds that seemed to stay with them and wanted to go up the table with them, and he's still on a red to the centre. Not as easy queuing this, but you'd expect Mark to get this one. And he does. Well, he's 58 in front and he's run out of position, and there's still 83 points available. I wonder, can he get to that? Well, you may be able to see a side of it, but I don't think he can pot it. Maybe he can. Well, that tells you he can't. So, end of break. 52-point lead. He's brought that a little closer to the pocket than he would have intended. Slightly underhit this one, and there's another option, an opportunity for Mark Joyce here. So very well be the ball that secures the frame if he can get it. He doesn't. Got that cue ball back up the table though. As you can see, the red below the pink does actually go in. Wasn't far away. Pondering here, because he's not completely happy with this shot. He needs to get it right back up the table. Can't be too aggressive with this. He's found a gap. Where's that red ball going to end up? Well, he's been unlucky and lucky at the same time finding the gap. It hasn't left Chen with a elementary type of pot. He's got to work for it here. He's got the angle to come nicely down all the way to the pink if he wants it. that's poor. And that is a rarity, let me tell you. You don't see that very often with Chen. Completely misjudged that shot. Wasn't happy about it either. Big chance to close out the second frame for Mark Joyce. A little rub off the brown there. So he's getting little touches and rubs off other balls is Mark Joyce. Finds himself in this situation. Yeah, this is good work. So, snooker required for Chen. Won't be getting out of that chair. Well, not to come to the table anyway. Well, he'll be kicking himself for missing that red with the rest in the top right, because it's giving Mark the opportunity to close out this second frame. It took a little wobble, had enough to go in though. Mark Joyce just trying to stay on the table a bit longer. Got to reverse into these. Well, so it's Mark Joyce who wins the second frame. They're tied at 1 frame apiece. So, early opportunity for Mark in this third frame. Lovely cue ball there. Good position. Well, he's just rolled off that a little too much. The pink ball will now go behind the reds, the cluster of reds, and he's going to need an extension on the rest and an extension on the cue as well here. So, Chen, a match referee from Turkey. Just making sure that pink is aligned with the other, the black, the blue and the brown ball. Ooh, took a second, and he's below the blue, but he can just, I suppose he can just play a gentle run through on this. He wants to take that red on to the bottom right hand side. Well, he's sizing up what can split here. Is he considering powering around the table into that pack? Or screwing back onto the cushion here? No, he just a little gentle screw back for this red. Very clean pot. Very clean. Just going to see if that red, if he hits correctly, will force the other red to knock the furthest right red towards the pocket. Well, he gave it as much as he could. That'll be the end of the break. Well, just having a good look at that, see if it's touching the cushion. If it's not, it will possibly just drop in. This has got to be hit with incredible precision if he's taking this on. But if he gets it, the reward is huge. Oh, it didn't. He just caught it too thin, believe it or not. Played it with a lot of pace too, to be fair. You just really basically need to drop that in dead weight. But I can tell you the game between Jake Crops and Rory McLeod is finally over, and it's Rory who's come out on top by 4 frames to 3. That game nearly 5 hours long. Incredible. My heart goes out to the referee at that match. A lot of concentration for a long time. Very uncharacteristic miss from Mark Joyce. He's got 36 on board, but he's left Chen back to the table. He's going to try and put this in the top left. He's having a good look at this. Not easy. Deciding against it for the seconds, for a few seconds there. That would have been very ambitious and very missable. Not a great shot to the baulk area from this young Chinese star. Good shot, very good pace on the cue ball. Dean Young and Michael Kutyuk, they're tied at 1 frame apiece. Touching ball here, so that's a big advantage here. Not having to make contact with anything, just can roll it up, looking at where he can put it without leaving a shot on. If he can get it directly behind the brown, he'll close off an awful lot of the table here. Sean Maddox was 1-0 down to Ryan Thomerson, but he's come back and he now leads by 2 frames to 1. Lagazinski, who's playing in the match against Abdul Ali, he leads by 2 frames to 0, and they will play the winners of that match will play the winners of this match. Daniel Boy is now 2 frames up against Marcus Deo. Sean Louis leads Vladislav Gradinari by 2 frames to 1. These are all last 64 games. Umar Dikme leads Jack Borwick by 2 frames to 1. Pretty open known, this table, all of a sudden. And that was a long way from the pocket from Mark, but he had safety in mind. So from a very tight table to a very open table in a matter of seconds, how quickly the frame complexion and complexities can change. Harbour Chandler 3-0 up now on Wang Xinghong. That was a bit of luck too, even though he's unlucky in the end of it because the red has crept to the corner pocket. It was a much more difficult red to the right pocket here than the top left pocket, I should say, at the other end of the table, but that's well, Mark has played that well. Would have been a little, well, I thought he was lucky not to go in off because it would have been a disaster, but very unfortunate the way the reds ended up. Nice blue from Mark. Arsenil Korolev is 2 frames to 0 up on Kirill Badala. He's 2 frames to 0 up there. So, where's this frame going to go? At the moment, it's looking very good for Mark Joyce. Well, that's worked out okay for Mark. Well, he thought for a second he mightn't have hit that right. There was enough of the ball to go into the bucket and just at the right pace. It's a little concern for a few seconds there. Mark now in pole position to take this 3rd frame. He leads by 56 points to 0, and he's still got 3 very potable reds. You know, that is frame ball. So just 59 points available after this. If he pots this pink, Chen will require a few snookers. Misses the red. Chen will come back to the table. Needs a few snookers here. Superb putt. And he's been away from the table for so long after really getting a bad run of the balls. Can try and double this. Nope, and concedes. So it's Mark Joyce who comes back strong in frame number 3. He leads by 2 frames to 1. So here we go with frame number 4. Mark Joyce pretty much in charge of that last frame. So Chen to break, trailing by a frame. First player to get 4 frames will be in tomorrow's last 32. What an opening pot that is. Excellent. So Mark starting up where he left off from, really, in the last frame. Well, it wasn't the cleanest pot, but it went in, and he's got great position here. Still keeping an eye on all those other matches. No winning match yet in this session, but there's a couple of them coming very close. Sean Maddox now leads by 3 frames to 1. Dean Young leads by 2 frames to 1. Wang Xinghong fighting back against Harvey Chandler. He trails by 3 frames to nil at the moment. Mark is in a good position here, and we know how good he is at break building. Top of the break building numbers here, he's the guy with the highest break so far, 144. I remember in Turkey last March of 2025, he played in the Q Tour playoffs, and he knocked in a maximum 147 break at that event. So he knows how to compile the points, and he's starting to compile a few points in this frame already. I'm looking for something. He's got a red to the center left. I think he's got this red here at the bottom as well. So going to go through the gap here, I'd imagine, try and get up to the blue ball. He's got to be careful with this. He's got to red up the table, so he'll be happy enough with that. Wang Zimbo, he leads by 2 frames to 1. All these players in this session and the next 2 sessions playing to stay in this 2026 WSF Championship and try and get through to the last 32 tomorrow. Tomorrow, just to let you know, we have the last 32s and we have the last 16s. On Saturday, the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, and at 2 o'clock on Sunday we'll have the WSF Championship final. That will be over 9 frames. All the other games up to that point will stay at the best of 7. Very good shot. In control of this frame like the last one. Blackwell pot to the bottom right pocket. I'm just releasing a ball there as well. Looks very much like Wang Xinghong is going to take the 4th frame in the game against Harvey Chandler, and he has to take all the frames that remain because he trails by 3 frames to nil. We're still waiting on our first Last 64 result of the afternoon here. 3:25 p.m. at the Hotel Marinella in Sofia in Bulgaria for these championships. With the red second left to the pink, pots into the bottom left corner. He's got a red to the right as well. He's tracking for that. Red to the left corner pocket. He's got the option of the other red, but won't be looking at that just yet. Going back for the blue here. Oh, it cuts inside, had the gap. It's a good shot. He's got that red to the right of the cluster of 3 balls to go to the right corner pocket in this frame. It will also pot to the middle. Couldn't see the angle on that shot, but obviously it does. So snooker required now for Chen. This is impressive stuff from Mark Joyce. And hit that plumb. Couldn't have hit it better. So Mark Joyce moves into a 3-1 lead in this last 64 match on table 1 here in the Hotel Marinella. Misses the red. He's not happy about it, but it doesn't matter. He's done enough work in this to secure this 4th frame. It is a frame success for Mark Joyce. He now leads by 3 frames to 1. Frame 5. Mark breaks, he leads by 3 frames to 1, 1 frame away from victory. Chen has to win all the remaining frames if he's going to make it to tomorrow. Wang Xing Hong has indeed pulled the frame back against Harvey Chandler. He trails by 3 frames to 1 at the moment. Daniel Haloida leads Billy Castle by 2 frames to 1. Trying to get it behind the black, just a little short on that shot. Sean Louis now leaves Vladislav Gradinari by 3 frames to 1. A lot of 3-1s out there at the moment, just like we have here. Excuse me. Has he left anything? He has, and it's that pocket again. The top left pocket he's left. Possible red there for Mark Joyce. Dean Young, 3-1 up in his game. Sean Maddox also 3-1 up and in the lead in that frame. And that took its time, but it's gone in, and that's all that matters. And there's a ton of reds available here for Mark Joyce. Good solid pot in the green. Bradley Cowdrey 2-1 up on Caden Burley, but that's going to be 2-2 very shortly. Caden well ahead in that frame. Should be. Wang Xing both 2-1 up and well ahead in that frame as well. Mark would love to get that blue off the cushion. He's been a bit hampered by it a couple of times. Also, it would help his cause here. So now starting to get down to the area of the table that he's most comfortable, and all players are. And he's got 24 points on board, and he is in control of this frame at the moment. And to be fair, he's in control of this match at the moment. He hasn't given hardly anything to Chen. Looking for a bit more there. Curious, not sure if this red will pot into the right corner pocket. It's having a good look at it. If he gets this red, if he goes for it and gets it, could be a match winning red here to open up one or two more balls and release the pink. Maybe he can go clean through, but he's going to try and take it on anyway. That's the important thing. He's missed. He has missed, and he has left Chen back in here. A very difficult cut. With the Chinese player back in. Arsenio Korolev now 3-0 up in his match in these last 64 battles here in Sofia. Chance for Chen to stay in these championships, but he hasn't made it easy. Well, it's been the story of the game. He gets an opportunity, then makes it very difficult for the next pot, and leaves Mark Joyce back in. You cannot do that against a player of this caliber. You just can't. Mark Joyce has been pretty impeccable in the last 2 frames, and he's got a great opportunity to close this match out now. Pink will obviously pot. It's got the red towards the centre right pocket. Mark Joyce going along nicely here. Already 47 points in front. Mark has a lot of people's fancy to win this championship. He's got the experience, he's got the ability. There's no doubt about that. He's playing well. Well, there's 67 points available. He's control of the table. He leads by 57. So another 2 reds and a colour. It's very well played. Match well and truly in the hands of Mark Joyce. The standard in this game that he's shown has been sky high. He'll be back tomorrow. We have 2 sessions of last 32 and a session of last 16 to get through tomorrow here in Sofia. And Mark Joyce will be very pleased with his work, I'm sure. First result, just pipping Mark to the post, is Sean Maddox. He's won 4-1 against Ryan Thomerson. So Sean Maddox safely through to tomorrow as well. Going through the motions now. pot with all the pressure off. And to be fair, he's been so much in control of this match. It's frightening. If he can keep this form up, he'll be difficult to beat. That's the end of the break. That's the end of the match, because it's been a masterclass from Mr. Mark Joyce here this afternoon in Sofia. He has taken this match by 4 frames to 1. Another game to come for you today, and it'll be an all-English battle between Craig Steedman and Simon Blackwell. That's coming up next. But the man that holds the highest break at the moment, 144, shows his quality in this game, and he's won it by 4 frames to 1. You're very welcome back. What a pleasure it was to see Mark Joyce in full flow. A fantastic win, a great performance. We've got a great game ahead of us now, I do hope. Two great players, that's for sure. Craig Steedman and Simon Blackwell. Referees, Jay Bokes from Wales. We're ready to get underway. A place in tomorrow's last 32 draws up for grabs. Two players that know what it's like to play big time snooker, looking to reproduce that, I'm sure, here. Great break off from Craig there. Craig Steedman topped his group. He came out of it. He had O'Shea Scott, George Petronko, Jarigal Bayer, and Suksi Khan, and Bratislav Krastev. So Simon's group was a 4-person group. He was second in that group. Marla Steo finished on top, Xavier Rizzo and Marek Sips. So the only red for Simon. Yeah, lovely pace on that. See, there's a touching ball here. It would make a difference. No touching ball on this occasion, so it's going to have to be careful. We're just going to touch into the reds here. Excellent shot from Craig. Not sure if Simon can get through to this red. If he can, when he's having a look at it, not the easiest of shots. Okay, we know that these two players are great break builders. Ooh, it took a little wobble, but it went in, and he's on the pink, even though it's difficult. It's a really difficult shot. I'm not sure if he's going to play it or not, but that red hung there for a good second before it dropped in. So he's got the pink to the right centre. Slots that in nicely. Early opportunity for Simon. This is definitely a very tough match. Two very good players. Two great match players. They can play it fast and they can play it slow, and they don't normally miss shots like that. What a chance for Craig Steedman. He wouldn't have expected to have been getting out of his seat after that shot. He's back at the table. Going to move the black here. That will help, but he's just spun into the other red, and that's unlucky. Tremendous cue power from Craig Steedman. Just finding an edge. It was unlucky there. It was a great effort from Craig. Excellent pop from Simon Blackwell with a capital E. That was a fabulous pot. Slightly overrun that. He's got the blue to the bottom right. He's got a few loose reds to work with here, has Simon. Clean as a whistle. So good position on the blue. got the two loose reds at the bottom, so he doesn't have to attack that cluster of reds, but if he gets the right split here, it could be a huge advantage. Is he going to take this on? Well, just clipping to it, and he's got one red that will pot, so it's not the easiest red in the world, but he has still an opportunity to continue this visit to the table. 19 points in front now, which means nothing with these two players. You need an awful lot more than that. He's gone very close to the blue, but he's got the option of the yellow or the green. This is complicated. This break is just not free-flowing.
Blackwell, 20.
So, a stop-start opening frame in this match. Neither of the two of these players will be enjoying this. So a little careless and an opportunity, not the easiest of pots. But there's no doubt he's going to take this on, Will Craig. Oh, it's a good shot. Not a whole lot of control on the cue ball, but the pot was important. Been that kind of friend. So referee Jay Vos has said that he doesn't think they're touching. Craig just having another look. It's a young referee, an up and coming referee at such a young age, and sticking to his guns there. And he's caught the black. Does this turn into a 3-ball plant? So a very good look at it. Oh, what a shot. Oh. You go through all the work to set up that shot. You execute it to perfection, and the cue ball lets you down. It is just always the same with snooker. You never know what's going to happen next. That's why we all watch it. There's two very talented Englishmen playing for a place in tomorrow's last 32. There are other matches on. I'll try and get you some results in the next few minutes. Slightly underhit it, but he's got the cover of the colours here, and that's okay. It seems that every time Simon has to play a shot, he really has to take a good look. There's very fine margins here on these zinc pie tables. Well, that's 2 in a row. And he's left the red over the corner pocket, so when things aren't going your way, things aren't going your way, and they're certainly not going the way of Simon Blackwell at the moment, because he's left Craig Steedman with a good opportunity here to come back in. And the way the colours and the reds are spread at the moment, this is a huge shot. He's going to stick to the black here. Wow, the yellow is the saviour. But he's looking at this, and that's just got foul written all over it. Trying to get back down the table here. Nice bit of follow through on the cue ball. Misses the yellow.
Quick statement. 1.
Incredibly, he's kind of half got away with that one. Hasn't been an easy frame for both players. nick off the brown didn't hurt. Sends it tight to the cushion in the corner, the balk area. I think these types of frames is a real test of your patience. You don't want to lose it because it can be very expensive. Just got to stick with it. It's not a good shot. He'll be really disappointed with that. Three balls on offer here. Craig, who is actually playing with an injury at the moment. He spoke to him before the tournament started. He's got a injury in his ribs, and leaning across the table like that wouldn't be advisable. He can't actually do that at the moment, but he said he's fine. He's no problem getting down as long as he doesn't put any huge weight on his body. He's okay. It doesn't have a huge effect on him. It certainly didn't have an effect on that shot because it's excellent.
One.
So Craig Steedman now in full flow.
7.
So it's getting to that situation now where Craig has to think very carefully about this shot. He's got a big advantage in this frame. Son wasn't too impressed with that. Well, both of these players are very emotional snooker players, I can tell you that much. Oh, he's missed that.
Fall. And a miss. Breaks that.
Well, these points are adding up at a crucial stage of the frame. close, but this is going to come back down the table.
Craig Steedman, 4 hole.
No real advantage, I should say, in that for Craig. So both players happy with that. Attempt number 3. Misses again, and Craig will not get out of his chair for this one.
Craig Steedman, 4.
So the luck running with Craig Steedman on this one. .24 points between the players now, and there's 35 available, but this is attempt number 4 to get out the snooker. He's gone the other side, has he? Oh, he won't get much closer than that.
Fall and a miss. Craig Steedman.
Got it this time, but he's going to leave it up by the pocket. So this red will leave Simon requiring a snooker.
One.
Well, that's the pink tied up. Snooker required from Simon Blackwell. I think he may have found one just now as this frame is far from over. That's a 7-point foul, and that could be crucial.
Blackwell, 7.
And in a sense, he was lucky he caught that black. He was coming right back down the table, hit it with a lot of power. Can Simon Blackwell find the pot here? No, he can't, but that cue ball running right back up the table. Craig Steedman's back in. Would have been a great positional shot if he found the pot. The yellow ball, the most important ball now for these two players. Craig Steedman's gone very close to the middle pocket and right across the table. Lucky he didn't come back down the table off that. That could have happened very easily. Well, that's a beautiful pot, and it's a great positional shot as well.
2.
He's got a chance, you know, to move this pink. If he pots the green and then pots the brown, when he plays the brown, he has a great chance to move this pink off the cushion. He'll have another chance with the blue, but he's got to get the green first.
One.
He's done it. It's an excellent shot. Absolutely excellent. So he needs the three remaining colours here to take the opening frame, and what has been fascinating frame of snooker for so many different reasons. That pot on the yellow could be a clincher. He's got to take care, because we've seen these shots over the years where it looks so straightforward and the ball gets slightly above the black and the whole thing changes.
20.
Well, it's pretty elementary for these guys to pot these balls, but you just never know under these conditions. Well, that was going nowhere but into the pocket. Simon Blackwell had moments in that game where he looked out of it. Craig Steedman got a fluke to get a foul and amassed a huge amount of points, but in the end, it's Blackwell. He comes out and he leads by 1-0. very interesting opening frame. It was dogged, 35 minutes long, and both players had chances. In the end, it was Simon Blackwell with an excellent pot on the yellow and a really good shot from the brown to release the pink. He leads by 1-0, and he breaks up in the second frame. Okay, other games in this particular session. Sebastian Milewski from Poland. He's 2-0 up on Oliver Sykes at the moment. Nicolas Martrot from France leads Thailand's Prin Ratmukta by 1-0. Joe Colney from Northern Ireland 1-up at the moment on Wesley Cooper. Luke Pinches 1-up on Chris Peplow. No frame one yet between Ashley Hugel and Zhu Xiaowei. That's another beautiful pot from Simon Blackwell. Likes that pocket. From an earlier last 64 session, Bradley Codry and Caden Burley are tied at 3 frames apiece, and what a fantastic split that was. Michael Larkoff 1-up at the moment on Rudian's Judens. Rudian, we saw earlier today, played very well. Riley Pole and Yu Koi Chang, they're still waiting to come into the arena table, just running over a bit. Hamad Mia 1-up on Matthew Glasby. Now Sisian, he's playing some fantastic snooker. He's 3-up against Mervyn Donnelly and ahead in that 4th frame. Ryan Davies and Karim Hegomigovic are waiting for a table at the moment. And the game has just started between Mario Milosevic and Kailan Patel early in the opening frame there. It's not had the greatest of luck, but at least the red is there. Here's some last 64 results. The winners will be back tomorrow here in Sofia to play in the last 32.
Simon Blackwell, 16.
Natanapol Shakul has won 4-3 against Zhao Xing. He'll be here tomorrow. Billy Castle came from behind to beat Daniel Haloida by 4-2. Uma Tikme will be here tomorrow. He's defeated Jack Borwick by 4-2. Very impressive performance by Arsenal Koryev. He wins by 4-0. Sean Louis defeated Vladislav Gradinari by 4-1. Wang Xingbo, the runner-up in the junior event, a 4-1 winner over Tekanaton. Daniel Boyes is through to the last 32. He's beaten Marcus Deo by 4-1. Harvey Chandler, a 4-1 winner over Wang Xinghong. Dean Young, a 4-1 winner over Michael Kuchiuk. We watched the game before this. Mark Joyce put in an incredible performance because he was playing against Chen, and he is an extremely talented young player, but it was super solid. He didn't give the Chinese player hardly anything and got through to tomorrow's last 32. Of course, he sits on top of the high break list as well. He has a 1-4-4 break, and the man he beat today and beat comfortably had a 1-4-2 and sits in second place in the high break list. So he was no mug, Chen. They didn't get a look in today, and that was down to extremely good snooker from Mark Joyce, and there's a mistake made by Simon. I think Greg might be able to get through to this. Very, very tight angle. He's looking elsewhere. So obviously just lucky to get away with covering the red by the pocket. He's going to have to hit this one to get it right up to the corner. He's pushed the black over there as well, so now it becomes a really inviting place to be. If you can get down that side, and that's an excellent shot from Craig Steedman. It really is, because he's cut off the left side of the table. It's going to be risky unless he looks to just roll up to this. He's got that red in between the two that he can use, but he's got to be careful. And he's done well because he didn't have much to play with there. But he's left the red over the left. Craig having a good look now because this is an opportunity we can get the pot. Potted a slightly more difficult one than this in the opening frame. It's a solid pot, and he's on the black. Well, Karamedovic and Davies will play, and they will meet whoever wins that match, Sean Maddox, in the last 32. Just looking at the draws that unfolds here in Sofia.
9.
Lagodogzninsky, the man from Ukraine, will play Mark Joyce in the last 32 tomorrow. Daniel Boyes is waiting on the game between Mario Milosevic and Kaelan Patel. He'll play the winner of that
16.
in tomorrow's last 32 knockout stage. Well, Xuan Louis will play either Sebastian Mileski or he'll play Oliver Sykes. That game on at the moment. Umatikme will play the winner of the game between Nicholas Mortreau and Prin Ratmukta. Luke Pinchas and Chris Peplow, the winner of that match, will play Wang Xingbo. Dean Young will play Chai Kul. Harvey Chandler's waiting on Ashley Hugel or Zhu Jarui. So many good names in this tournament, there really is. Billy Castle is through. He's waiting on the new junior champion, Michael Larkoff, who's playing Rodian's Juzzins at the moment. The winner of that game will play Billy Castle. And that's all I can tell you for now. Three more days of snooker after today, and still plenty of snooker to be played here in the Hotel Marinella in Sofia in Bulgaria. We've had a field of talent here that I've never seen before, gathered for the wonderful prize of a 2-year tour card on the World Snooker Tour. The title, the trophy, the prize money and everything else that goes with it. Started off with 190 plus players. It's going to come down to one man. This is a good break from Craig. He's had to do a lot of work on it. Not a good pot.
58.
Well, he's had a nice nudge on that red. He was trying to separate the balls by the pink. He's looking at a cut into the middle, but that's far too risky. Great shot. Now he's got a nice angle on the black to take a look at that red to the centre pocket, give himself a better angle. Has a look at the scoreboard. 27 points in front. 67 points available. It's already, it's all well and good getting the angle on the red to that centre pocket, but it's how you get to the next colour, or how you have to split these balls at some stage. Oh, he's done well. It's a very good shot. He's got the option now to the left middle as well, so he'll be pleased about that one. And the lead is mounting, 34 points ahead, trails by a frame. Oh, he's missed. And it stayed by the pocket as well. That's double bad luck. 34 points ahead, and he just misjudged that pot to the centre. Simon gets back on the table, mightn't have been expecting to, the way Craig was going along, but he's back up now. He's got an opportunity to get back into this frame. I'm happy to take the blue, it just gives him options down the table. So a mistake from Craig Steedman has given Simon Blackwell an opportunity here. He's going to overrun this slightly, is he? No, he's got the brakes on, and I must apologise to Simon because that is absolutely perfect.
6.
The choices you make can define who you are, and it's never more prevalent than what it is on the green bays. Well played shot. Now the yellow ball is the excuse me, the interesting one. The green also
13.
not great, but it is potable. He's gonna have to do something if he keeps going with that yellow ball. Let's take the pink to the middle. He's got the red to the right centre, closing the gap. 20 points behind now. Looks like he has a, well, you can see it's not exactly the easiest of pots, considering that he will try and come back over for the pink. He's got to be careful he doesn't hit this too hard, or he could come back out again. He's done that well.
21.
So just 7 points the difference now between these two players. Again, the yellow ball is sticking out at the moment like a sore thumb for Simon. Well, it's difficult to play that shot that he's looking at because you bring the centre pocket into the equation, and how many times have we seen that? So yes,
28.
taking the risk out of that. Got to consider the brown here. If he wants to continue, he'll play the brown. If he wants to just take the points, there's nothing wrong with that either. It was a good effort, but it was always going to be really difficult to do anything with the yellow. And he's got to be careful now because
34.
this is not the easiest shot in the world. It's where he leaves the yellow that matters the most. And they're tied at 50 points apiece in this second frame. He's played this very well. Very good shot.
Simon Blackwell 34.
Well, he looked like he was going to lose the frame, and that miss into the centre from Craig has given him an opportunity to come back in, and he's come back in very strongly. It's anyone's frame, no. Bit of swerve on this. So now the green ball has become the biggest issue. Obviously the yellow ball is the most important one that they're playing, but both players will be thinking about the green as well. Well, no. Is Simon Blackwell going to try and roll this in at a nice pace and try and get up near that green? Because if he does get the yellow, it's got to be a frame-winning opportunity. He may not take it on, but it is extremely tempting. He's looking at the safety options. It's not an easy pot by any stretch of the imagination, but it could win you the frame, and that's the temptation here. Decided against it. Nuzzling up next to the green. Good weight on the yellow ball as well, so that's a good shot. Didn't want to make contact with the black. And this is a good opportunity for Simon to lay a very difficult shot in a difficult snooker. He gets the pace correct. He could put Craig into a very difficult position here. It looks good. It is good. Well, the white ball nearly went into the centre pocket, and if it rolls a little longer, well, he's got away with a big one there as a let-off, because the cue ball almost falling into the pocket. Just enough petrol in the tank to get the yellow past the pocket. So, and these are awkward, these shots. Very awkward. Can't really hit it with any great pace because it could end up anywhere. This is going towards the pocket. but he's put very good weight on the yellow ball. It's an excellent shot. Such a high standard on show here between these two players. Well, he was correct to go for it there, Craig. Had a nice angle to get back up the table. So Simon looking to get this cue ball into a strong position. That is absolutely brilliant. So a good escape again for Craig, getting a nice bit of pace onto the yellow ball using the ball cushion. May just try to leave these on the two side cushions because there's a lot of danger. It's another very, very good shot. And a great reply from Craig Steedman. It's going to take a mistake or something special to break this deadlock. What an excellent shot that was. The problem for Craig is if he's going to try and go up the table here, well, he's just going to nudge this yellow to the side cushion, I would imagine. Didn't have a lot of room between the object ball and the cue ball, so couldn't really force that. Simon just having a look at the alignment of the balls here, where he can possibly land the snooker. So Craig just get a touch on this. Has he got enough on the cue ball? Not quite. Very, very close. A little too far this time. I can tell you that it was a win for Caden Briery. He's defeated Bradley Cowdrey by 4 frames to 3 in that match. It was a long game. But Caden won't mind. He's gone through to tomorrow's last 32. Another extremely good shot. It's not hard to get out of this snooker, or maybe, you know, I think it's all about with a yellow ball, how hard you hit it, how you take it on. He's cut across it, it's gone towards the middle pocket, and it's going to come back a bit. So not a great shot from Craig Steedman there. If this cuts into the middle, it's very fine, but if it cuts in, he'll be going up, down, and back up the table again, because he'll have to hit it to get up to that green. He can't hit this, he can't just try and drop this in, I don't think. Now he's looking at the possibility of not taking this on. I think he should take it on. It's worth taking on. It's the first opportunity any of the two players have had in a while, because they've been battling away at some excellent safety. Simon Blackwell. Great pot. Let's see what the cue ball does here. I think it's perfect. And that's an excellent shot from Simon Blackwell. He's in a position now to extend his lead. He's quite correct to take his time. There's nothing guaranteed here with the table the way it is, but it is a huge opportunity. Oh, he's missed the green, can you believe it? And now Craig Steedman will stand in, and he will not have expected to get back to the table. Oh, yeah. See how he does with this, because this is a tricky situation. Well, that was pretty spot on. What a great shot that was. Between the brown and the blue, and then between the blue and the pink, to get the position on this brown, top right corner. Craig Steedman on the brink of pulling back a frame here. Well, he's just not happy about this. He's not settled on the shot for some reason. Just taking his time and wants to get it exactly the way he would like it when he takes his shot on. That's exactly what's happened. So he needs to travel a bit more. Has he got the angle? Don't think he has. He'll have, well, it's similar to the last game. He'll have to hit this. Well, I'll try something different here. Well, that is fine, but it will go in. So Craig Steedman shows fantastic bottle. He's back in this match. It's one frame apiece. frame number 3, Craig Steedman with a very tricky pink wins the second frame, and he breaks here. There's 1 frame apiece. An extremely high standard of snooker between these two players. We saw Mark Joyce earlier demonstrate what it's like to play very solid snooker. These two have done the exact same thing. Well, Craig will run up the table towards the yellow ball here, but he's got to be careful he doesn't catch it too thin. It's a good shot covering the rib of the blue. The other scores around the arena here at the Maranella Hotel in Sofia. Sebastian Mileski is now 2-all with Oliver Sykes. He was 2-0 up. Oliver has fought his way back into that match. Luke Pinch is 2 up on Chris Peplow and 76 points to 8 in front in that third frame. Nicolas Mortreau, France. He's leading Prin Ratmuka by 2 frames to 0 and ahead in the third frame. Patrick Whelan 2 up on one of the home players, Victor Iliab, at the moment. Northern Ireland's Joel Connolly leads Wesley Cooper by 2 frames to 0 as well. So these matches unfolding in this last 64, every one of these players wants to come back tomorrow for the last 32. We'll look at the draw a little later on and how it's unfolding as we get the results in. Simon has a chance of this. Oh, missed out by fraction, and he's left 2 balls at least open here for Craig Steedman. You give Craig Steedman enough chances and he will start steamrolling into this game. So an early opportunity for Craig here. Ashley Hugel and Zhu Jiaowei, 1 frame apiece. Rodians Juddins has just pulled a frame back on Michael Larkop, and he is very much in control of the third frame.
14.
Hamad Mia certainly looking to go 3 frames up. He's well ahead, 2 frames up at the moment, but well ahead in his third frame as well. Good start by Craig Steedman here. Mario Milosevic is 1 up on Kalen Patel on the table that's the furthest away from this in the arena, table 14. Well, he hit that with some confidence. Well, it will not spot on the pink spot, so it will go to the highest available, which is the green spot.
21. 22.
I think Craig will have to look at the red to the centre pocket after this, because it's not a great angle to go into the pack of reds. Needs to travel a bit more. Could have gone beyond that pack. It's okay, there's a bit of space for the cue ball, so he can work to the blue here. And that's a decent enough angle. He's got the option to continue with the red on the cushion, but we want to split these as soon as he can. How's his luck? I don't think it's great, is it? It's got the blue to the center. As you can see, that's a very difficult shot. 35 points on the scoreboard. This red will pot, I think, into the corner, but it's not the easiest, but he has the shot, which is the most important thing. Well, Craig looking for safety now. That would have been a tricky little shot with the rest. So the visit produces 35 points. Well, apart from, look at the cue power on that shot. Simon Blackwell had too much cue power nearly. We've still got the pink to the center. Sniper-like accuracy from Blackwell. That was pretty impressive, that shot. Well, concentrated on the pot there. Worry about the position. He was always going to be on something. Not the easiest of shots coming up. We saw Craig Steedman a little earlier miss almost an identical shot into that left centre pocket. And again, the miss into that pocket. Has he covered it? I think he has, so. Craig Steedman back at the table. Both players have done that, almost identical shots. Well, didn't have a whole lot of options there, Craig. He played that well. It was tricky enough. Now he's going to send the red down the table. It's where he leaves the cue ball is all that matters to Simon at the moment. Doesn't want it to travel too far. It's travelled quite a bit, but with the cue ball so close to the cushion, it's so difficult to get the action on the cue ball that you'd like to get off this red, to come back up the table. There is an angle there. But these shots can go wrong very quickly. He feels there's enough of an angle. He's quite correct, it was just enough. Gets a nice kiss off the blue there, and that sends the ball right up to boat behind the brown. So There will be some sort of movement here. He's got to be aware of that. Cue ball is all that matters here. Well, he's left a chance for Craig. Simon won't be happy with that shot. He's got two choices here if he wants to take it on. There's no guarantee you come out of this area when the balls are spread wide. And he got a kick, got the pot, which was the most important thing. It was a great pot. But you got to kick off that red that brought him back up to this position. Again, nothing in terms of a reward for that pot.
Quick Steedman. 1.
It's a well thought out shot. There is a red to the centre right, but it's unbelievably difficult. Well, he's looking at this as a potential cut in. This isn't easy. But he's got it. He's also caught the blue. It's just one of these matches where you get a very good pot and you get no reward whatsoever. And Craig's had a few of these in this particular frame. Again, safety the option. This has to be precise if he's going to do that. He's going to roll up to the green from that distance. It's a risky shot to play. So he's going to use the brown ball here.
Quick Steedman. 1.
Well, he's unlucky with the pot. He's come well short of the balk line this time. Craig will be taking this red on. That's not the kick he wanted. He got the cue ball well back, but that's red now has become a tempter assignment. Doesn't fall for that trick and plays a lovely snooker. It's a good shot. Well, dearie me, what do you do in this situation? You've got to be pinpoint accurate, have the correct weight, get the angles right, you're using the rest, and you know that there's balls on everywhere if you miss. Oh, what a bonus. Well, that's what you do. That's the answer to that question. You go all around the table and pot the red into the corner pocket. Now he's got to take advantage of this bit of luck. Well, that's a very good black. Nice bit of side on the cue ball there, just to roll up, give him the better angle on the pink. As you can see, it rolls in quite easily, if there is such a thing as an easy shot. So the pink will now go to the blue spot. Or will it spot? Is it going to spot? I didn't think it would. And that suits Craig even more, because now he's got the pink again on offer.
16.
So the points mount up. 46 points ahead, 59 points available. A couple of more pots and he's almost home and hosed in this third frame. Would have liked the red to do a bit more and come a little further away from that cushion after that effort, but he's in prime position here. We can get this black, and he has. He's like granite. He's like granite. He really is. Craig Steedman, such a tough competitor. On the table, he's a real killer, a tough player to come up against. Off the table, such a nice bloke. Well, Simon will come back. If that had gone into the pocket, I don't think he would have.
One.
60 behind. Or no, 59. 51 points on offer. It'll be a little less with the pink. It's a very good pink though. Very good pot. He wants this ball to slow down. Well, let's set up this shot. Up straight away, I knew it was gone. Beautiful position for the black. Snooker on upper here, we can get this correct with the red ball and the cue ball here behind the black. And he has. It's a very good shot.
Blackwell, 50.
So he needs a few snookers, but that's a very good shot. None of these two players give up until the game is over. Excuse me. They are fighters. They'll fight to the bitter end. He's going to be hitting with this with a bit of pace, so he needs to make the contact. Well, now he's going to decided to play it slow, and I think that was a mistake because he's drifted right into the yellow. And another snooker possibility here. So he needs two more snookers. Or a 6 or 7 point foul would do. This is going to be super fine. Got that very thick. It's coming down. It's a long way from the cue ball to the object ball, but Craig Steedman's still in control of this frame. Well, that little nudge off the pink. Try very hard to get it over to the table far enough. Difficult having to negotiate this shot because of the distance, the green ball, the vicinity of the yellow. There's lots of things that can go wrong here, and breaching straight over that green doesn't help. Oh, what about that for cue ball control? But if this comes down, he'll be so unlucky. That's an excellent shot. Well, it almost made the pocket. I didn't think it was going to get that close. No, Simon is playing one of the most awkward shots when you're bridging that close to the pocket. There's been nothing easy about this match, but when you win a frame in this particular type of match, you really earn it. Nobody's run away yet. Yeah, that's a great pot. He decided to take that pot. wants to put a lot of power into this. He's got to consider which of these two balls he takes on. The pink is the easier pot that you can actually hit it with a bit of force. Can't really do that with the black. Another example of Simon Blackwell's cue power. It is massive.
7.
34 points behind, 27 points on the table. 2 snookers required.
Blackwell 7.
Well, he knew straight away that it wasn't enough. Craig won't want to disturb that brown ball, that's for sure. Unless he just wants to run up to it. I think it's impressive the way these players play the shot, knowing if they miss it, they can leave the cue ball in a tough position. Well, this looks very good. Tap on the table from Craig Steedman, admiring that snooker that Simon just laid. That's a very good escape shot, because we easily caught the green ball on that. Not enough on the cue ball this time. This isn't going to be far away. It's not going in, but it's going to stay down this end of the table. That's a very, very good shot. Confident shot. Craig could actually do something similar here. Play cushion first. Sides against that. It's been a high scoring game, but it's been fascinating up to this point. One frame apiece. Getting back up the table isn't an issue. It's where he's going to leave this yellow ball. Not a great shot. he's going to swerve this, he's got to be careful that he gets the right connection, because it's what reaction he gets off the cushion at the top of the table. That's an excellent escape. Well, he's working so hard at getting these snookers. The consistency level is huge. So the green, the brown, the yellow right now, and the black. Difficult to negotiate a snooker from this table at the moment. Chance for Craig here. That's an excellent pot, and the nudge on the blue as well from Craig Steedman. This frame has been one for the purists. It's been excellent standard again. Well, Steedman is going to go 2-1 up here.
5.
So it's 2-1 in favour of Craig Steedman. We have a real battle on our hands here. Frame number 4 coming up very, very shortly. So Craig Steedman leading by 2 frames to 1. Simon gets us underway in this 4th frame. Immediately, Craig is eyeing this up. Luke Pinches is through to tomorrow. He's defeated Chris Peplow by 4 frames to 0. This game, the same scoreline for Hamad Mia. He's beaten Matthew Glasby by 4 frames to 0. And Caden Briley, as we said, a 4-3 winner against Bradley Coldroy. That's an excellent opening pot into this 4th frame. I mean, that was as clean as a whistle. Very similar to what he did in the last frame. Starting up with an opportunity here is Craig. He'll be delighted with that pot. It was top class.
8.
Patrick Whelan is now 3 up on Victor Iliab. And Sebastian Milewski was 2-0 up. Oliver Sykes made it 2-all, and Sebastian's come back now with the 5th frame, so he leads by 3 frames to 2. A lot of similarities to this opening visit to the last frame.
16.
And misses to the middle again. And Craig has missed a couple of very important shots to the centre pockets. Nicholas Mortreau now 3-0 up on Prin Ratmutka. Same scoreline for Joe Connolly. He leads Wesley Cooper by 3 frames to 0.
1.
And Simon Blackwell is in here. He's got a great angle on this blue. He'll want to crash into the pink ball here and try and open all these reds up. Oh, that's very unlucky, it must be said. Caught the pink on the thin side and straight into the pocket. He's had a few in-offs in this match, has Simon. Coming back across again, and that's the problem. It's left it there for Simon has Craig on this occasion. Zhu Jarwi 2-1 up on Ashley Hugel. Stuart Carrington 1 up on Joseph Kasha. It's now 3-1 for Roddy and Juddins against Michael Larkoff, the junior champion at this event. Riley Powell playing very well. He's 2 up on Yuku Chang. Aidan Murphy 1 up on Hamim Hussain.
8.
Ryan Davis 2 up in his game. A very close game between Mario Milosevic and Kaelan Patel. Mario leads by 1 frame to 0, but Kaelan just slightly ahead in that, 15 points ahead in that 2nd frame. So here we go again. He'll want a better outcome this time. He certainly won't want to go in off. He'll want the split. And that's worked out really well.
Blackwell 50.
He was certain that was in the pocket, and it just seemed to hit the cushion and stay there, and that was a strange moment.
One.
I was convinced it was gone in myself. It just somehow stayed out. It's a great shot from Craig Steedman to get back for that red.
Nine.
A little further than he would have liked, but it's still okay. Well, Wesley Cooper's going to get a frame back against Joel Connolly. He's well ahead
60.
on a 64 break at the moment, leading by 90 points. So that's going to be a 3-1 match. Ideal angle to do something with these, but the red to the far left should pot. And he's missed the black as well, so absolute disgusted with himself there. So Simon, quite correctly, taking a bit of time to compose himself, would never have thought he was coming back to the table at that moment.
One.
Just wonder if that red pots into that left corner pocket. He's underhit that by a country mile. It's absolutely furious with himself. Both these players getting angry with themselves as this match goes on, because they're missing balls they never miss. Prin Ratnutka has pulled a frame back against Nicholas Mortreau. Ashley Hugel pulling back a frame to level that match. Just 2 frames apiece between Ashley and Zhu Xiaowei. Well, I thought the black was gone there. Somehow it stayed out, and it's a good safety shot in the end. It was only the pace that kept it out, really, I think. So we're back. All these frames are so similar. We're back to now another stretch of important safety. toughest games I've seen here in Sofia, and there's been a few of those, but this one is a really tough match. Does well. Does very well to avoid hitting that black. There was very little margin for error there. So it's another one of these into the centre. Both players have been missing shots into the centre in this match. Again, the chance goes a begging, and again, it's an opportunity for the opponent to step in. Three reds very much out in the open, and the pink isn't in too bad a position. Well, primary objective was the party made sure of that. Is he confident enough to take this on down the table, I wonder? Or is he just going to nestle in behind this brown? I think you can see by his cueing that's exactly what he's going to do. Well, that'll be going straight back. Both players happy with referee Jay Bulks there. Bit more side on this, but missed again. We're in the scenario where Simon is getting caught in some tough snookers, and the points add up. This is attempt number 3 to get out of this. He's got to be careful not to overcompensate because he's missing it on the right, and if he hits it plumb, well, look where the other red is. So Simon walking away from the table there, he's got to pick up something here for himself because he's on attempt number 4. Fifth effort at this, already donated 16 points to the Craig Steedman Fund, which he'll gratefully accept. And he gets it in the end, and he's going to get a nice run up the table off this. There's 59 points on upper. Well, he's crashed into the pink ball, and that's not great. There are two reds fairly tied up, but the others are very palatable and very movable.
One. Six.
25 points behind.
7.
No, he just cannot force this. He's got to be careful because he needs to get a good position on this red if he can get something off the cushion here, and he has, and it rolls towards the middle pocket. It's an excellent shot. That was really, really good. So now it's getting interesting. This has been a great match so far. Couldn't call any frame. Nudges that pink out beautifully. So that's in play now. Green to red seems like the right way of things. If he wants to continue on, otherwise he'll take the 6 points and try and do something with this last remaining red. He's looking at the yellow as well as an option, but for me it's got to be the green. Just seeing what he can do with that red if he passes the pink. The points are really not the issue because not much between the two players, but he's going to go with the pink. Happy enough to take the 6 points, or he's still looking at that green. For me, it's the only shot on the table. He's looking at the brown now, so he could have made contact with the green ball, didn't decide to do that. Has come down fairly close to this red ball. It's a very good shot.
Well, 19.
So we are in yet another final red ball battle with these two players. So to be careful here, if he misses it, he could leave a free ball. He's done well. So every colour out in the open. 4 of them on their spots. The last red again between these two men. Just 12 points the difference. He plays these shots so well, does Simon. I think Craig may be able to get through there. That's a bit of a let off for him. Well, I'm not sure if that rub off the green has gone against Craig Steedman. Difficult to say from here. I think it has. If it has, it's a frame winning opportunity. So he's back in again, is Simon. Brings the pink to the opposite side of the table. Nice position to be in for the yellow. A bit hesitant. Excellent shot. Good position.
5.
And he trails by 7 now. Won't need to worry about the black if he can keep this going. And he's in a very good position. Just 5 points behind. There's a certain opportunity to level this match. And that's perfect. So blue and pink, and it's 2-all. He's done well, Simon. He's levelled the match. It's 2 frames apiece. Frame number 5. It's been a battle, to say the least. What's going to happen in the 5th frame? Well, he's overcooked that a small bit. It's all right though. Simon Blackwell took the opening frame. Craig Steedman took the next 2 frames. Simon fired back to win the 4th frame, and they're tied at 2 frames each. A place in the 2026 WSF Championship last 32 is going to go to one of these 2 players, and whoever does win it will have earned it. That's for certain. A real battle between these 2 very good snooker players. Nudged the red over towards the pocket, but I think he's covered it there with that kick on the green. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here in the Hotel Marinella in Sofia, Bulgaria for this WSF Championships. So both players have agreed to a re-rack, that frame not going anywhere, and the referee Jay Boakes will get us started again. In the meantime, looking around the live scores, Patrick Whelan 3-0 up against the Bulgarian Viktor Iliev, and slightly in front in that frame. Sebastian Mileski 3-2 up on Oliver Sykes and slightly ahead in his match as well. There's a real fight back coming from Pren Ratmukta. He was 3-0 down. He's now 3-1 down, but leading in his 5th frame match, trying to stay in this championship. So we'll have a look back a little later on. So a re-rack and a restart of frame number 5 here on table 1 in the beautiful laid out arena, all organised by Oleg Belenov, the president of the Bulgarian Snooker Federation, and his team. They have worked really hard to make this event happen. And he's unlucky. That looked like it could have gone in just as easily, but it doesn't. And to Oleg and everyone, we extend our thanks because the venue is just immaculate. Well, so many people go into making a world event. Fantastic referees, they do tireless work. The team in the office that run everything here deserve incredible credit. Long days, long hours, and lots of responsibility. And that is a mistake. And how costly will this mistake be is the question.
One.
So Craig Steedman
8.
again in early. Of course, the support of the sponsors, the Bulgarian government, the mayor of Sofia, all these people came together to make this event happen. And it's been an absolute pleasure. We still have so much snooker to go.
9.
Craig going to go into these. He's certainly tuned like he is. Wants to get that cue ball off the cushion. Got a red to the right centre. It's not easy.
22.
You can get that pot and just come nicely off the cushion. He has the pink to the bottom left. Keeping this break alive. That's a fantastic split. He'll be very happy with that.
37.
So just plodding his way around, nice to watch this, and just take in some ideas of which way he's going to continue this break. He's got the red to the right centre.
45.
He's got plenty of options down the bottom end of the table, in around the pink ball, but he's just got to make sure he's clipped the green here.
46.
Lucky he didn't just catch it that bit heavier. It would have been the end of the break. He's thinking about the blue, but I don't think he's going to risk that. And he's looking at it again, and he is, and it's a risky one because he's missed a couple into the centre pocket. Not too dissimilar to this. On this occasion, though, it works a treat, and he splits a couple more reds, moves the pink, frees up the corner pocket, so
51.
a good shot in the end. Nice putt, nice and smooth.
52.
Oh, he's missed the yellow. And it's broken down. It's not like him, you know, to break down on these breaks,
52.
on these visits to the table. He's got 52 points on board, and he's got 2, 3, 4 reds practically safe, but I didn't think he was going to need to worry about anything in this frame, Craig, but Simon won't mind that. He's back in. He's got an opportunity. Tricky cueing. Red to the right centre. And another one missed to the centre. There have been the vein in these two players' lives in this match, those centre pockets. Having said that, I don't think he's left anything. Very tricky red on the cushion here, nearest to us, but apart from that, not to be fair, he was perfect for the black himself, so be interested to see what Craig does here, because when he's looking at covering that red with the green, I think that's a risk. Get on the, if you can touch that red beyond the yellow, it's not. You can't get at that. He's going to try and maybe have a tight cut here. No, never attempted the shot, and didn't think it was a sensible shot to begin with. And no, it certainly isn't, because Simon Blackwell has a chance to drop this one into the middle pocket, but I won't hold my breath. He's had an absolute nightmare into the middle pockets in this match so far. And again, for some unknown reason, it's in the heads of the players now, you know, I really believe that. So Craig Steedman looking at this red to the bottom left. It could be the one that seals this frame. That was really light years away, and that's a very bad miss. And you know what? I think everything is more or less covered again. This is insane, this match. It's so repetitive. Every frame just panning out the same way for some reason. A great way on the cue ball there. Good shot from Simon. Cue ball travelling towards the corner pocket. But it's okay, and it's an excellent shot from Craig Steedman. Kind of a wry smile from Craig there. Latvia's Rodions Judins has booked his place in the last 32. He's defeated the junior champion from this championship, Michael Larkov, 4 frames to 2 the scoreline. Patrick Whelan flies into tomorrow's play with a 4-0 win over Viktor Iliev. Sebastian Milowski, he is through to the last 32. He's beaten Oliver Sykes by 4 frames to 2. Ashley Hugel also through, beating Zhu Jianhui by 4 frames to 2, same scoreline. And they're your latest scores in this particular session. And what an important session it is. Stuart Carrington now 3 up on Joseph Kasha. And Fren Ratmuka continues to fight back. It's now 3-2, and he's slightly ahead in the 6th frame. He was 3-0 down. So the momentum most certainly with the man from Thailand. Andrei Klajic, 1 up on Alfie Davids. That match just started a small time ago. Riley Powell was 2 up on Yu Ki Chang, but the man from Hong Kong has pulled 2 frames back. It's 2 frames apiece. Ashley Carty 1 up on Peter Devlin. Aidan Murphy 1 up, or 1 behind, I should say. Halim Hossain. Halim Hossain is now leading by 2 frames to 1. Ryan Davies 2-1 up in his match, and it's still 1-0 in favour of Mario Milosevic. He plays the young English star Kailan Patel. There's still 83 points on Opera here, but a 52-point lead with a table like this is a good lead. But as we've seen in all the other 4 frames, you better take your chances, because these two will battle it out to the very last minute on the table. Fascinating tactical battle here. Neither player able to really run away with the frame. Oh, that's unlucky. It was a great effort. It's another red on a cushion though. That's the second prize there for Craig Steedman. It's not going to be there for long. Another tap on the table from Craig, appreciating that shot from Simon. There's been moments in this match where I'm just sitting here wondering what's going through their heads, because similarities in each frame is incredible. I didn't want to come off the reds like that, and now Craig is taking a little peek at something here. That red up the table does go to the top right. No, not going to be close on this occasion, and he's released 1 or 2 reds here as well, which he won't be happy about. But Simon can cut this in. He can nearly use the other reds at the end of the table as some sort of a blocker if he wants, but he's got to get the pot. That's the most important thing. And he has. He'll want this cue ball to slow down. And that's just fine. So he's coming back again, is Simon. This looks to have a bit of luck to get through. He's got a little nick on the red there, and it's not the most difficult shot. It's just you'd want to get good position here, and he has. So 40 behind.
12.
67 available. He will most definitely, I would think, take away 16 points here.
13.
It's getting tight again in this frame. What a battle we have on our hands in this WSF Championship last 64 match. Well, this is one of those games when you can kind of say, well, it's too easy to do it the easy way, let's just do everything the hard way, and it's just worked out that way. Talk about a shot that's missable. Bridging over the pink, he could overhit this, and he has.
Side of Blackwell, 20.
He's got the red up the table to work with. See, that angle is there.
Eight.
51 points available, 40 points ahead. Something very similar to the last frame. But that's a very nice shot.
9.
When the cross double works out, it's always a bonus. Well, they just have middle pocketitis, is what they have. Neither of the two of them can put anything into the middle at the moment. I just do not know what's going on. They've missed so many shots to the centre pocket, both players. It's a nice shot. Craig is just having one little look at a possible plant. Now nudging up. Just getting there, just. Could be touching ball. In fact, it is. And that's a bit of a bonus. It's got a nice passageway there to the right of the pink to bring this cue ball right in behind the brown. It's an excellent shot. Well, there was the danger of that happening. I think Craig could see that when he looked along the line. Whether he forgot about it or not, I don't know. But this is a frame-winning opportunity for Simon Blackwell. Everything out in the open. everything sitting pretty. Just got to keep control of the cue ball here. And he's running right over to in between the red and the blue, and that is just incredible. He's looking to the pink. I mean, where's the one spot you didn't want the cue ball to go from that shot? You're looking at it right in the middle of those two balls. He's looking at the pink. It must pop, but it's not anywhere near as easy as what he could have had. It's tight, but it's done well. Good cueing. Never moved a muscle there. Well, at last he manages to sink a ball into the centre pocket. But look at the position. We're looking at another one of these. I think he'd rather take on the black. He's missed so many balls from this particular situation into the centre pockets. It's the obvious ball to play, but he's not interested. Doesn't want to play it, but he just might have to. He's having a look, and a very long look at it. He's playing the black. That's an excellent pot. Doesn't need the middle pocket now. It doesn't get it either.
50.
Prin Ratmutka has levelled the match with Nicholas Mortreau. He trailed by 3-0. It's 3 frames all. His confidence must be through the roof. Nicholas needs to gather his thoughts now and try and get himself back in here. A deciding frame on table 4. Frame winning opportunity for Simon Blackwell out of nowhere. That's very good. Slightly thin, but not too difficult, and should be easy to control the cue ball. That's the only thing that could go wrong here is the cue ball, because the pot is elementary. Whew.
29.
These boys just don't like doing things the easy way. No problem with that middle pocket.
55.
Very, very good shot to win this by 1 point and take the lead. Simon Blackwell slams it home, and Craig Steedman will wonder how he lost that frame. Simon Blackwell will get a rush of confidence He leads by 3 frames to 2.
Blackwell to break.
Fascinating game. A battle of battles. Whoever gets in first here has got to do well, because every single frame has been, well, it's been a bit of a slog. But it's been really enjoyable. Black has gone safe now. That won't suit either of the two of them. Both of those players will want the black in play.
One.
So the first bite of the apple goes to Simon Blackwell. What's he going to do about this black ball? First opportunity, I guarantee you he'll try and move it or get above it. Well, there's a bit of an arc on the cue ball there, but not enough. So here we go, it's a big shot. Having a good look at the potting line here. Deciding I ain't gonna do that today. I'm gonna play the safety shot and let Craig worry about it, because it's just a little too far away from the black ball there, and at the pace he would have played it, he wouldn't have been able to get off the cushion. Rory McLeod and Yu Hang Wang have just started their match. Always see Rory involved in marathon games, and he was earlier today, and you wouldn't get much of a price on that being the last game of the evening, I'll put it that way. Craig has done well there. Giving himself something to work with. He'll bring the black into play, will he? Don't think so. Not this time. Well, I don't know what to say at this stage. Simon taking a good look at this one. Just one frame away from coming back tomorrow and playing in the last 32 of this WSF Championship. Looking for a little nick, hasn't got it. He walks away in disgust because he was almost perfect there. He didn't play the black the last time, so I very much doubt he's going to play it this time.
Yellow ball. Simon Blackwell, 1.
Real turnaround on table for Nicholas Martrot was 3-0 up against Fren Ratnutka. And the Thailand Thai players come right back to make it 3-3 and leads in the 7th and deciding frame. Are we going to have a 7th and a deciding frame here? Or is Simon Blackwell going to book his place in tomorrow's last 32? Well, there's a few more reds out at least, but the black ball on the cushion is spoiling what could be an exciting visit at the moment. Well, that's a very good safety shot from Simon. But the white ball won't stop rolling, and it holds. Well, that shot would have been difficult enough. No, it's even more difficult. Well, instead of rubber the green there has Craig. Well, Shaker Ruberg has won his opening frame, and he's done it in style. He had a 1-2-2, so yet another century plus break here in Sofia. The black has moved. That's the latest news on this frame, because if you can call this well done, it's been such a tough game, and every frame has been fought for with real guts and glory. Another excellent shot from Craig Steedman, fighting to stay in this WSF Championship. Good reply from Simon. Riley Powell, the IBSF World 6 Reds Championship, under 21 Championship, has pulled the frame back again. He led by 2-0 against Hugh Klu Chang. Chang came back to make it 2-2, and Riley Powell winning the last frame to now lead by 3-2 in that match. Well, there's just 10 matches remaining in the arena. There's a bit of a smile on Simon's face because I don't think Craig has left anything easy here. He's having a good look at this though. It may just cut in. So this raid at the top end, it's a big moment in this match if he goes for that. At this stage of a game, when you're fighting to get through to the last 32 of a WSF Championship event, he comes up with that shot. That is magic. So Simon Blackwell in control at the moment. Shaka Ruberg knocks in a 1-2-2, wins the frame, and the instant reply by the very talented Chinese player Bai Langning is to win the next frame. That'll tell you a bit about the mentality of that player.
50.
Get a board extension to play this. That's if he does play it. Maybe he might want to just get the cue ball a little closer to the red. He's got the red over the centre as well. He's convinced on this shot. Nothing Craig Steedman can do about this at the moment. He can only hope for a mistake or a breakdown in this visit.
22.
Well, the yellow ball is very helpful. He's got his mindset on the pink, I think, but the yellow ball would help him with position. He was just looking at the line there. He does take on the yellow. And And that's pretty much where he was pointing. So the reds are starting to vanish here. Just 7 reds left on the table. It's a very good shot. A very good shot indeed. He's got the red up the table. In fact, the 2 reds up the table are in decent positions. At all costs, he's got to avoid the red on the cushion. And he does. So Simon Blackwell going well here. 38 points in front. 6 reds left on the table. 75 points still available. A lot of points out there, but every red, there's a hammer below. Well, the blue would be the ball to play, but he's got to play it at such a slow pace to hold for the next red. The brown, he can work with that a lot easier. It's just in between shots here, and there's nothing worse. I think he's done a good job there. That goes to the centre pocket, which I'm sure it does. I think he's done well. Well, he's just got to roll this red past the blue into the pocket. If he comes down for the pink ball, if he can get on it, he has a chance. One red does pot. Just off the cushion further than the other 2, but it's all about this shot really.
37.
It's gone too far. It's understandable that he was concentrating so heavily on the pot, considering the amount of centre pocket misses in this match. But he's lost the cue ball a bit here. He's looking up the table. This could be the end of the break. The point situation is important because if he pots this, he'll be 50 points ahead. There's only 59 points available if he pots this. He doesn't seem happy to be taking this pink on, and it could be a decision that comes back to haunt him. Because the 6 points here are crucially important. I think he made the right decision there.
$43.
50 points ahead. $59 points available. And he's tidied that up nicely.
Side to Blackwell. 43.
This is going to hit the blue, and that's not a great shot from Craig Steedman. He'll know better than anyone. So Simon Blackwell within a couple of pots of getting through to the last 32. Oh, and it jams out. And is there another twist in this story? That was very close. That winning line is like a wall at times, just trying to get over it. Craig Steedman has got to settle down here now. It's a very good pot, but where's the cue ball going to stop? No doubt in the worst possible place. It's been that kind of frame and that kind of match. Tight cut to the top left corner. Well, he's playing the black. He's going for the double-double. It won't make it. Didn't know he could see it, to be honest. That's a very good shot. Clever snooker shot from Simon there. Just getting to touch on the red. Simon having a look at this red below the pink. It's an extremely difficult shot, but he's going to have a go. It was a long way off that, and he's brought the pink closer to that centre right pocket. Like I've said a few times, if you're going to win this match, you really bet that you've earned it, because it's been a tough match throughout.
Thank you. The second frame.
Yukui Chang has pulled a frame back against Riley Powell. They're going to a 7th and deciding frame in that game. He's watching carefully the red nestles. Now, to be fair, Simon hasn't had any luck in this match. He's had a bit of luck there. Oh, and he's conceded. He's had enough. It's a win for Simon Blackwell. He wins this match by 4 frames to 2. Really couldn't do a thing right in the latter end of this match, Craig Steedman. It's Simon Blackwell who progresses to tomorrow's last 32 knockout stage. It was a battle. In the end, it was won by Simon Blackwell. Hope you've enjoyed the snooker today. There's still very important matches going on all around the place here, and still some very crucial games at 3-3. So definitely stay tuned on the website. You can keep up to date with the live scoring and view the details of the game as you go along. So you won't miss a ball potted. It's tomorrow we're back, tomorrow morning, nice and early, 10 a.m. local time, when we start with the last 32. We've also got a last 32 session at 12 noon, and then the last 16 session is at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening here in Bulgaria at the Hotel Marinella in Sofia. Hope you've enjoyed the snooker. From me, Derek Kiley, and from Alex. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.